mean that's on, but testing 1 2. Is that on position? Up. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1. And that was working.
Is that off now?
I can turn it.
Early days performance Irish and under day. And it's opening rhythm as they get from the and local athlete. We have 9 races throughout the day, and way through to 4, when race 9, the men's race. We have in that race looking for sub 14. We have athletes in the race coming up now looking for under 7. Way through 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, and 18s. Everything seated based on put forward the has to be most running today will be running first time in a 5,000 meter track or park run runner at 12 and a half laps of the track is a somewhat proposition. Guys been hard down doing time trial, but at the end of the day aren't official. So a lot of people are going to be setting personal bests today. So if we could ask the women in race 1 that they would report to the starter on the far side of the track. Also like to welcome some of our new Northern Ireland Athletic officials to their first meeting. Signed up quite a lot of officials during the lockdown, and we hope that they'll be enjoying their experiences. Not every day is like today. The weather is sometimes worse. Did they get a clock? Yeah. Yeah, well, as far as I know, everybody's here except Jody McCann and Nikita Burke. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, including the 2 pace breakers. Yeah. So the first race in this afternoon of 5,000 metres. A lot of work being put in by North Belfast Harriers for today's meeting, which we hope is going to be a great success, and what a way to get it underway with. We have a field of 10 women starting. We have a couple in here who are hopefully going to be setting the pace, namely Kelly Neely and Jessica Craig. Couldn't ask for two better athletes, and we're going to be looking for times under 17 minutes, so we're looking around about 79, around the 79 mark for each of the 400 metres. Yeah. Do you want to Pam coming over? Pam, the numbers are 121 to 132, and 121 and 122 will not be finishing, and 125 and 126 have not turned up. So off they go, 12 and a half laps of the track, and as expected, Kelly Neely taking up the initial pace with Jessica Craig on her shoulder. And just behind the two pacemakers we have Claire Fagan from Mullingar Harriers. Claire hoping for a time around about 6:14, 6:15, so we'll be looking for something around about 77, 78 seconds, I would have thought. So they go through around about 79 with the entire field intact. Just running through the numbers there for you. 100 here, 124. Aoife Kilgallion is number 127. Aoife O'Cule 128. In the local athletes, Caitlin Harvey from Black Valley and 129. Aoife McGreevy 130. Robin McKee 131 and Denise Toner 132. You can get an idea from the North Belfast banners that are flying at the finish area. Give you an idea of what the wind is like, slightly behind them in the back straight. As Kelly Neely still leading from Jessica Craig. And they go through 800 metres, around about 238, 239. Around about 16.5-minute pace at the front. So going through the kilometre marker there and around about 3:21, 3:22 for our leading group. Claire Fagan, who ran for Ireland in the European Junior 10,000 metre championships, was third in the national championships over 5,000 metres last year. So she's right up there with the leaders. Ifo Kuhl from St. Cocos was third in the national. Little group now take away. Is that 1, 2, 3? Yeah. So it's Claire Fagan and Aoife Kilgallen who go with the two pacemakers. Aoife, a sub 3-hour marathon runner, she did in Dublin back in 2019, and also sub 40 on the road for 10,000 metres. Has the best 5k time of 16:38, so she's running inside that at the moment as they approach the line yet again. They have a clock over on the far side to keep an eye on their times. So at the moment they're running sub 16:30, running about 16:25. The next group we've got Ruth Heary from West Waterford, and just on her shoulder Denise Toner from Clonus, and the leading master athletes now in the F40 category. Ran a brilliant 36.5 minutes for Lisburn 10k last year. She's the reigning Northern Ireland 1500 metre champion. Those two are followed by Aoife O'Creel from St. Cocos. Then you have Robin McKee in the Strider's vest. Robin, of course, goes back to being the under 1500 metre champion 13 years ago. She dropped out of the sport for 7 years. Behind her, Caitlin Harvey. So we've lost both our pacemakers. Caitlin making her track debut over 5,000 metres. Was a winner in Down Royal in the one of Glen Grant's championship races, which you'll hear mentioned throughout the day. A lot of guys have set their personal bests in that. So it's Claire Fagan from Aoife Kilgallen. Then it's Denise Toner. So 7:52. We're still on pace for around about a 16:25. Then the next group going through in just over 8 minutes. So they're on 16 3/4. So everybody well inside 17 minutes at the moment. Aoife Kilgallen now taking up the pacemaking duties, these two battling it out. Denise Toner, Ruth Heary, Aoife O'Creel, And we've got Caitlin Harvey leading the trio of Northern Ireland athletes. I'd say this is Caitlin's debut over 5,000 metres, but she's someone who over the years has tried pretty much everything for her club, including pole vault and walk racing in the National League. That's through in 9:25. So they're still under 17-minute pace. No, I can see the clock here. Many laps are coming up too. So as they come up now, they will have 5 laps to go. And it's Aoife Kilgallen of Sligo AC. Claire Fagan from Mullingar Harriers. Then from Clonus, Denise Toner. Moving up now then, Aoife McGreevy, moving in front of Caitlin Harvey. Aoife, another one making her 5,000 metre track debut, but she was runner-up in the Ulster Schools last year in the cross country. Former Northern Ireland indoor 1500 metre champion in the age groups. Represented Northern Ireland in the London mini marathon. That little group running around about 16:50 pace at the moment as the gap starts to open at the front of the field. Aoife Kilgallen now starting to move away with a mile to go. Denise Toner, who hoping to go under 17 minutes. She's certainly well on pace for that at the moment. Good battle ensuing between the two Lagan Valley girls as our leader goes through the lap again in 11:47. Which is round about 16:25 pace. So I know we don't have too many people around, but those that are, can we give them plenty of encouragement on the last 3 laps of the journey? Denise Toner, an excellent run in 3rd place, giving away quite a number of years to all of these athletes. Aoife O'Cule going through the just 20 years old last Monday. Denise Toner well under 17 minutes at the moment as they come up with 800 metres to go for our leader. Going to go through 2 laps to go in 13:45. And it's Claire Fagan. Denise Toner looking very strong as she goes through with 2 laps to go. And Ruth Heary and the 2 Lagan Valley girls. Heary running well inside her lifetime best. The Lagan Valley girls looking very strong, closing in on Ruth Heary. But it's going to be the welcome sound of the bell for Aoife Kilgallen of Sligo AC. Going to be just outside 15 minutes with a lap to go. She was hoping to run 16:30. She's going to be well inside that. Claire Fagan. 21 years between the athlete in second and the athlete in third. And it's the 2 Lagan Valley girls have now moved up a place. Aoife McGreevy from Caitlin Harvey, who's going to win the Lagan Valley battle. Oh, here she comes into the home straight, looking really strong. She's picked it up over the latter part of the race. She's finishing strong, 100 metres to go. A fantastic run by Aoife Kilgallen, 16:16:69 for the winner, well inside what she was hoping for. Claire Fagan, who did a lot of the early work from Mullingar, and a very fast finishing Denise Toner. 16:45 for Denise, and it's Caitlin Harvey who wins the Lagan Valley battle in around about 16:50. Rob McKee. I can tell you that unofficially, subject to confirmation, the new Lagan Valley club record for Caitlin Harvey, with Aoife McGreevy also inside the old figures, held by Jill Shannon. It's also Annadale Strider's record. The 2 Lagan Valley girls moving into the Northern Ireland all-time top 10, and indeed obviously Denise Toner doing the same.
Yes, hello.
So, Seamus McCann, North Belfast Harriers, afternoon of 5Ks. How did this all go? How did this all start, Seamus? Just give us an insight into the how we built this to happen today.
Well, Stephen, like everything, this isn't done. This is a team effort. So we realised at the start of the season, especially with COVID, there wasn't that many races. We also realised that there wasn't that many middle distance races. We also realised that there's an appetite out there for people to run 5K. We also wanted to transition to people running 5K to run 5,000 on the track. So what we did is John Black and myself sat down and thought, how can we go about organising a meet? We'd organised a 3,000 metre night of 3,000 metres along Valendale Striders last year, and we thought, let's go for an early season 5,000 metre track meet, and this is something we'd like to hope to do every year. So we had initially planned to do it in April, in April, early April. I think it was the 10th of April, then the 17th of April, but obviously with COVID it didn't come about. But we had this date booked in the schedule to run as well, so the 8th of May. We then had to do a lot of talking. We had to talk to a lot of people. These things, as I said, requires team effort, so we talked to all the officials, NI officials. Liz Glover coordinated that. We talked to her. She helped us get a series of officials together, which you need for a meet like this. We then talked to Mary Peters Track. Wendy Phillips and Mary Peters Track was very helpful. We then talked to UK Athletics, had to give us a permit to get us actually to get this registered so that the times would count. We then, Mark Kirk was very helpful as well in terms of coordinating, getting some of the runners up, getting some of the pacemakers for the elite races. John and myself, North Belfast Harriers, our committee, our support from the committee, and it was a team effort, Stephen. A team effort, and it was to bring. It's actually, this is when I was a lad. I used to run races and I used to watch races and I used to love watching 5,000 metre races, and we thought, let's try to do this again and let's try to make the standard really good. So that's what we're trying to do.
And we can see the athletes warming up in
Yeah.
the background here for the next race. Give us an insight into the schedule today. How many races do we have?
We've got 9 races today. The first 9 races today. The first race you just saw was the elite women's race. Now the elite women's race, the target time was approximately 16:15. So it asked Kelly and Jessica to go out in that pace, and they helped out, which is very thankful to them. Good job. As you did see, Aoife ran very well, and Aoife ran 16:16. So they delivered very well. The two pacemakers, Aoife, in terms of running the race, ran very well. The conditions here, Stephen, I don't know what you think, but the conditions here are actually pretty good. They're very, very good. So what we're doing is we're going to culminate. We're running. That was the first race. It's the first race of 9 races. The last race is starting at 4:45, and it's the elite men race. Now, I've been involved in watching athletics for a long time. We anticipate that we may have 3 or 4 people sub 14 minutes, and it's been a long time since there's been that amount of people running sub 14 minutes in the Belfast track. I think you're probably going back to Dermy Donnelly days, Jim Campbell, Davy Wilson, all them boys. So this would be a pleasure to see if we can actually deliver on that there. And so what's happening is 1 race gone, we've got another 8 to go, and we're slowly but surely building. It's like a crescendo. Now in amongst that there's going to be another couple of races. There's a lot of guys looking to run sub 16 minutes. You might even have a person who everyone knows, Tommy Hughes, is running. He's looking to run sub 16 minutes. There's a 60-year-old, Michael McKillop's running in that as well. So as a Paralympian, he's trying to run close to 15:50 or so. So that race is going to be very interesting. Then you've got another race where they're trying to go sub 15 minutes, and then you've got the race where they're going 14 minutes. So we're actually, each race is building up. And what we're doing here is the next couple of races, these are mixed races as well. So there's mixed men and mixed women's races. And these initial first couple of races are very good. And they're showing us a transitional stage for some people who have never run track before. So like a lot of clubs throughout the country, there's a range of people running in the clubs, and that range is people who start via couch to 5Ks, and some of them have never run track before. So this is a good stage. We decided when we put this on that we wanted to have the elite end as well, but we also wanted to cater for people who have moved and who have transgressed well and who are moving towards running fast 5Ks. So the first race here, it's sub 19 minutes, and I can see that they're pretty close to starting. We're in a good vantage point here, so we can see what's happening. So it's very exciting.
Okay, well, Seamus McCann, thank you very much. Sub 4-minute mile.
That was a long time ago.
We might hear more from you later on, sure. Anyway, in the meantime,
Any stage.
go across to the next race. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Again, looking like a full lineup for this race 2. We're looking for times in the region of between 18 and 19 and a half minutes. Quite a spread. A lot of guys, in fact probably most of the guys in this race making their track debut. It looks like Lawrence Johnson of North Belfast. Around 1809, just a couple of weeks ago in Lisburn. Ranked 3rd in the UK in 2019 in the half marathon, so no mean performer. Mixture of male and female athletes in this, leading the ladies at the moment, Denise Logue of Ballydrain. And she'll be looking for something in the region of 18 3/4. So 85 seconds for the first lap. Which is roundabout. Denise closer order, getting in behind Lawrence. Riders. 113, John McGuigan for North Belfast. Then the man from Tefelta, Ryan Dugan. Tefelta, in case you're unaware, the old name for Macrafelt. And they're strung out now in single file as they head up to 800 metres. The other ladies in the race, Sarah Jane McFadden of North Belfast, set her best at the Queen's 5K back in 2019. Paula Worthington or a couple of years ago in the Bay Road up in of Annadale starting to take closer order now, moving up. He's sitting in 5th place. So as Lawrence Johnson still continues to lead, we're now running around about 18:20 pace at just tuck. Of North tucked in the inside there. Ran the second in the Queen's 5K over 40 a few years ago. Was 10th in the Albertville 100 year celebrations over 5K in 2019. He's a sub 3 hour marathon man. We've got a nice little bunch now working together up at the front, still letting Lawrence do all the hard work. And now Thomas Leach now starting to make a bit more of an impression, trying to work his way back up to the leading pack. Thomas, of course, a inveterate park runner. The flags lying pretty well limp at the finish line. Lawrence Johnson, John McGuigan, Callum Irvine, Jake Lennox, go. 109. It's good. It saves me not looking for it. So much for social distancing. Group of 7 working together. Thomas Leach really getting closer by every stride. Lawrence has a best of 1740 for 5,000. They go through in 8:54. So 18.5 minute. Yes, they'll be big with that sort of pacemaking. Lawrence doing a super job, very consistent. Denise Logue there just sitting in second place. Ran in July in Glengrant's championship race. Second in the North Down Cross Country Festival last in 2019. He's a Northern Ireland International for the Masters. These numbers, you can see the first part. No, so these two guys there. I'm not sure. It shouldn't be hard to work out because only yards from yours. Leader Callum Irvine of Striders picking up the running. He's a Sarah Jane McFadden of the host club North Belfast sitting in that leading bunch, looking very comfortable. Ran her best in the Queen's 5K back in 2019. 3:14 marathon runner, so the distance is no problem to her. And it is Lennox from John McGuigan, then Lawrence, then Jake Lennox. Now Rory Kane of North Belfast in the M45 category going through. His best dating back to 2015 when he ran the Grant Thornton runway race down at Belfast City Airport. Probably the most bizarre race in the racing calendar. Ryan Dugan starting to work his way up to the leading two. The Delta man in the green vest. Now they're coming up now with 1 mile still to go as they cross the curved line, which is the start of the 1 mile. And it's now Sarah J. McFadden who's the leading of the women. Still Thomas Leach on his own, but closing that gap. And Rory Kane and Patrick McCann, the second to Felter runner. So the pace dropped slightly. They're now at the front around about 1840 pace. Paula Worthington coming through with 4 laps to go. The leaders have 3. It's still Callum Irvine of Annandale Striders who leads, from John McGuigan of North Belfast. Then Ryan Dugan for Tefelta. On the inside, Sarah Jane McFadden, Lawrence Johnson, and Jacob Lennox for Annandale Striders. Then Denise Logue and Thomas Leach. is 120. So the leader's coming up with 2 laps to go. They're starting to smell the coffee. The pace is picking up. Still Callum Irvine with 2 laps to go. Thomas Leach going through, Denise Lowe going through. Denise, she is number 114. So it's beginning to look like the podium places have been decided as this little group of 3 break away. Coming up with 600 metres to go. Callum Irvine, John McGuigan, Ryan Dugan. And it's Lawrence Johnson and Sarah Jane McFadden. They're followed by Jake Lennox, Thomas Leach. But it's Callum Irvine who's going to take the bell, looking very strong as he goes through in just under 17:02. Fourth, fifth and sixth together. Sarah Jane McFadden going to be well inside the time that she was looking for. Callum Irvine. Ryan Dugan hasn't given up yet. He's still working hard down that back straight. Lawrence Johnson, who did all the early work. Jake Lennox now realising he hasn't so far to go, but he's tucking himself into the inside instead of going out round them. Here comes our leader into the home straight, Callum Irvine of Annandale Striders. Easing up as he comes through the line in 18:18. And it's Ryan Dugan and John McGuigan. Jake Lennox, clearly too much left at the finish, finishing a great sprint finish, going through in 8:34. And Sarah Jane McFadden, 18:38. She was looking for something just under 19 minutes. Good run by Lawrence Johnson in the M60 category. Thomas Leach, who fought all the way to close that early gap. And Denise Logue. Rory Kane, the next into the home straight. He'll be followed by Patrick McCann. Paula Worthington of Ballymena Runners with 100 metres to go. And
So Aoife Kilgannon, congratulations, winner of the first race here today at the afternoon of 5Ks. How do you feel after that?
Yeah, fantastic. It was really good. It was really great to get up for a race. Haven't raced in, I'd say the last time I raced on track was when I was about 15. So it's been a while, so it was great to get the chance.
And how come you're up today then, Aoife?
Well, as you know, there's no races happening down south. And I did try to get the time 16:15 for the Euro 2021 Cup, 10K Cup, but might have a chance next week to try and get that because I was a few seconds off it.
So you're so close. So what was your final time then?
I think it was 16:17. Yeah.
I think it was just slightly under 16:17 officially. And how were you going for? Were you trying to run that fast today, or what was the plan?
Well, to be honest, I actually only kind of figured out that time, the qualifying time, at the start of the week. So during the week I kind of was thinking, would I be able to keep up to that pace? But today, I felt great. I'm just pity that I didn't have the 2 seconds, because it was just the last 200 that got me. But yeah, hopefully. Yeah,
it was a fantastic race. And what's the rest of the season hold for you then?
Oh, I'm not too sure now. I'm doing the 5K up in Belfast the end of the month, and then hopefully the national champs in June. They've been brought forward to June, I think. So that's the 5,000 on the track as well.
So 5K, you're back in Belfast then at the end of the month. Well, we'll see you then. In the meantime, we have to shoot across because I can see everybody lining up for the next race. Thanks very much.
That's great. Thanks a million for today. Thanks.
Well done.
So race 3, we have race 3, 11 runners as they go through in 82 seconds on the opening lap. Again, a mixture of male and female, with the 2 North Belfast ladies at the back at the moment, Natasha Henderson and April Clark. Natasha. Carlisle brothers running for Riders. And the early leader, Pavel Lipinski of Ballymena Runners. Matthew Rice of Annandale Striders. And Ian Keys just tucked in the inside for Lagan Valley. As I said earlier, all of these races seeded, so in this one we're looking at between 17.5 and 18.5 minutes are the targets of the various athletes. They go through in 2:49, which is around about 17:40 pace. You're a gentleman. Black and 2 sugars. Second group led by David Morgan of Striders, followed by another David Curran of North Belfast. David Morgan in the M40 category, David Curran M50. So a lot of master athletes. It's now April Clark, who first of the 2 women. April, both of these ladies ran in the Northern Ireland 10,000 metre championship last year. April finishing 5th and Natasha 6th. So Pavel Lipinski of Ballymena Runners, 17:52. He ran in the Queen's 5K the last time it was run. Matthew Rice, the Annandale Strider, ran in the Glen Grant Championship in September. Ran a 17:09. Ian Keys, one of the few who's actually run a 5,000 on the track, around a 17:41.74 in the championships. Paul Carlisle, the strider, who's a little bit adrift of the leading pack of the Paul again with a personal best from the Queen's 5K. So the pace just inside 18 minutes at the moment. We'd expect that to pick up over the latter part of the event. Certainly some of these guys hoping to, most of them hoping to go under 18 minutes. Paul Carlisle almost making it on now to the back of that group where you get a lot of assistance. And it's Natasha Henderson who resumes the leading lady position. The weather dries, the wind picks up a little bit, but still good condition for running as they go through there in about 7:11. And now Ian Keyes starts to take up the running. Certainly looking for something slightly faster than the pace was at the moment. He's followed by Matthew Rice. Natasha followed by April Clark. Natasha, a regular first lady across the line at the Ecos and Antrim Park runs. Hesitate to use the word winner as park runs not supposed to be about racing. Ian Keyes is certain. Another one who ran a personal best in the championship event. Natasha Henderson looking really strong with 6 laps to go. David Carlisle's not there, definitely. So 10 minutes. Natasha on the far side going through in 10:27. Which is around about 18:20 pace. Still Ian Keyes from Matthew Rice. Who do you reckon was the guy in the blue? 103, is that 103 and third? 11:27. We're still just under 18-minute pace. Sitting in the third place there, Alistair Roger of Dubliners. And the tall figure of David Morgan of Striders, around 37.44 in the Sealy 10k. And it's Alistair Roger who's taken up the running now from Matthew Rice, who's been right up at the front since the beginning. Has the fastest time on paper of this group. And it's April Clark and Christian Kubash of Striders. Yeah, it's good. 100. Runners against Annandale Striders. With and Melvin Steele, Mid-Ulster. Paul Carlisle. Unfortunately, we didn't get the Battle of the Brothers. David Carlisle not running. Then David Curran of North Belfast going through. And our early leader, Pavel Lipinski. As far as I'm aware, David Curran not only making his track debut, but I think he's not quite sure that he's actually participated in anything other than park runs, which he's been doing for the last 10 years. He's got 121 park runs under his belt, and all of them at Waterworks. So he must have he must wear earphones quite a lot. Waterworks and laps to go. And the first sight of blue sky. And David Morgan in third, Ian Keys in 4. Alistair Roger in 5, Paul Carlisle 6. And David Curran in 7th, Pavel Lipinski in 8th. Natasha Henderson 9, and Christian Kubash of Striders and April Clark. One lap to go. Matthew Rice from Alistair from Alistair Roger. And Matthew Rice starting to wind it up. Alistair not giving up. Certainly picking up on this last lap. So they are going to get lapped. Matthew Rice in full sprinting mode as he comes with 150 metres to go. It looks like he's broken that gap from Alistair. He's still working hard. And David Matthew Rice clearly with a lot left as he sprints down. He's going to be around under 1730, 1728.83 for the winner. And Alistair Roger around about 1735. David Morgan of Annandale Striders, 1751. Paul Carlisle has come through strongly in the last couple of laps. Going to be under 18 minutes, 1758. And Melvin Steele and Ian Keys. David Curran, the M50 category. And Pavel Lipinski of Ballymena Runners. Natasha Henderson finishing strongly. Going to be just outside her 1825 target, but it's going to do, I think, a personal best there, around about 1833. And they battled it out the whole way, and it's 1915 with Christian Kabash just getting in front of April Clark.
So, Callum Irvine, last winner of the previous race to this one, came in at a time 18:18. How do you feel about that, Callum?
Yeah, I'm really happy with that. Obviously, this is the first time I've run 5k in a track. So,
First time ever in a track.
yeah.
Wow. So tell us a wee bit about that. How come?
Well, yeah, I joined Annandale about a month ago. So, guy Michael McKnight there who coaches. I'm a teacher, and he was the principal of the school I was at. So I've been playing rugby up to a couple of years before, and he said, "I'll come down and have a rattle down here and see what."
I mean, that's amazing. 18:18 for ex-rugby player. You've done very well there. So, what was the process coming up? Obviously, after the year we've all had, getting back in the track is a fantastic feeling. What was the build up to this race like for you?
Yeah, well, like I say, with it being the first time, I didn't really know what to expect. And up till a month ago, I'd just been running out on the roads on my own and stuff. So I've really enjoyed being part of the club down here and training with other people. It's been really sociable, and obviously it was the first track sessions I've done. So it's been great to be able to, I don't know, be doing some sport out with people again, because it makes a big difference. It can be a bit lonely going out for runs and cycles and stuff on your own.
And then, as far as road races is concerned, I mean, what sort of times have you been knocking out? You know, has it been sub 18:18?
Yeah, well, I've not, apart from sort of park runs when they were going, I've not done any actual sort of races before. But going out on my own, I've done just under 18. So, yeah, just.
So it's good man. So what does the rest of the season hold? I mean, do you want to have another go at the track, or is road a priority at the moment for you?
I don't really know. I'd try anything, I think. So I know there's an evening up here in the beginning of June with 3,000 metres, so I've entered into that. Have another go, and I'm sort of up for doing whatever is going, really, just enjoying it at the moment, yeah. So
you're going to stay and watch the rest of the races then, are you?
Yeah, I'll stay and watch a few. The sun's coming out, so
I can't believe it's turned out brilliant, hasn't it?
It was a nice afternoon to run, actually, because it's warming up a bit, and it's good having all the races look like they're going to be close ones. So yeah, stay and watch.
Well, Callum, well done. I'm sure you're happy with that time, and we'll see you on the track, no doubt, again. And in the meantime, we're going to swing across to the next race. Okay, thanks, Callum. All the best.
So it looks like we've got a full complement of 16 runners going in race number 4. Getting faster as we go along, so we're looking for 16:50 to 17.5 minutes, the target times for the runners. Again, a mixed race with 2 women running. No, it's not. Well, in that case, who's going to break the world record? Any idea? He's not in this race. Conor O'Rourke of North Belfast, the early leader. Also there, Philip Cooper of Annandale Striders, Nicky Napier of Annandale Striders. Two women, we have Katie Moore of North Down AC and Kerry Balmer of Ballymena Runners. So 83 minutes for the first lap. A very casual start. "17 minutes. We're looking for an average of 81 seconds a lap. So we're going to need to pick things up a little bit very shortly. So it's still Conor O'Rourke. Young man, 7th in the Ulster Schools back in 2017. More recently in September he ran 17:21 in the championship race. But at this stage it's the proverbial blanket, albeit a large blanket, covering the entire field. And they go through in 2:48. So that's 17:35 pace. Now we really need somebody to take this by the scruff of the neck and pick the pace up, make it an honest race. Colin McDowell of North in the M50 category, taking a bit of closer order. Now it's North versus Annandale Striders at the moment. The red vest of Justin Bloomer, Mid-Ulster. The young man, no stranger to the track, since he's finished 4th in the Northern Ireland Decathlon Championships last year. He'd run everything from 60 metres to 5k at park run. Colin McDowell, Conor O'Raw, David Clark, David Clark, the oldest man in the field in the M60 category. He's the fastest ever UK 3,000 metre runner in his age group. Dave, an international cross-country runner with Northern Ireland in the Masters. A sub 3 hour marathon man. And if they leave it late, he's a man with a bit of speed behind him as well. Irish Masters 1500 metre champion. Mind you, anybody looking for information on David Clark on Power of 10 might be surprised to discover that he ran the 100 metres in the Ulster Schools in 2019, which is not bad in the 60 category. There may well have been a little bit of confusion around there somewhere. Rick Hill in the distinctive East Antrim colours, and leading the ladies, Kerry Balmer. Kerry third in the Northern Ireland Senior 5,000 metres back in 2019. And with the Northern Ireland 10,000 metre champion the same year. He's in the blue colours of Ballymena Runners. Katie Moore of North Down, runner up in the Northern Ireland Cross Country, or the Ulster Schools Cross Country back in 2014. Northern Ireland International in the Celtic International. More recently finished 6th in the Northern Ireland Senior in 2019. But it's Colin McDowell who's injected that little bit of pace, which is splitting the field up. Philip Cooper just inside him. Ran a 9:28 here in the night of 3000s, which suggests a much better 5,000 time than the one he has under his belt at the moment. Just behind Kerry Balmer, Michelle Levay. Michelle, a 2:44 marathon runner. Justin Boomer taking closer order now, moving up into 4th place. So going through there in 8:15, the pace really has picked up quite a bit. We're on 17:15 pace. Kitty going through in around about 17:50 pace. Also with the leading group, Matthew Carville, the Ballydrain man, ran at 16:51, and the Les Jones, which is run around this area on a very tough little course. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No. Stretching the hamstring. So it's Dave Clark now who's taken up the running and quite clearly injected another little bit of pace. The man going with him is Philip Cooper of Annandale Striders and indeed Justin Bloomer. And the Ballydrain man Matthew Carville also hanging in there. So we're still on just under 17:15 pace as Carville works his way into third place, chasing the two leaders. And Dave Clark really has shook things up here. Dave Clark. Nicky Napier of Annandale leading that little group of three. Tall figure of Nick Irvine in the black vest, not his normal North Down vest. Nick certainly no stranger to the track, regular runner at the North Down meetings, sixth in the Northern Ireland Masters last year, winner of the Terminini 5K in 2019. Could be. Dave is 83. So Dave Clark was coming up with 3 laps to go from Philip Cooper. Dave going to set down a marker on the British M60 rankings for 2021. Nicky Napier followed by Rick Hill. Rick ran a 5,000 in Bangor in 2019 on the track 18:01.75. He's coming up with 2 laps to go. Certainly it's got faster as we've gone along. These two running around 17:10, but with a pickup over the last lap. We could see them getting close to 17 minutes. Nicky Napier and Rick Hill together. And it's Colin McDowell who did a lot of the early work there, followed by Mark Rafferty. Regular runner in the London Marathon. He's a best of 2:55. Gary Balmer going through with 2 laps to go in 15:02. And it's Michel Levet, Matthew Devlin, and Katie Moore just moving in front of him. It's going to be a burn up on the last lap between these two. Philip Cooper on the outside. Dave Clark on the inner. 15:48 at the bell. Then it's Matthew Carville. Still nothing to choose if they go down the back straight. Nicky Napier putting in a strong finish, moving away from Rick Hill. And finally the man from Annandale kicks hard and opens up the gap. So it's Philip Cooper in the M40 category. A very strong finish. Runs wide on the bend, has a quick glance over his shoulder. It's not about position, it's all about times. And he's going to go sub 17. But he doesn't slow down too much over the finishing line. 16:57.85 from Dave Clark. He'll be just outside 17 minutes, which is what he was hoping for. Matthew Carville in third. Good strong finish there by Nicky Napier. 17:22 approximately. Then Rick Hill. 17:28. And Kerry Balmer, 17:53 approximately. Michel Levet next to come through, followed by Katie Moore. And Matthew Devlin. So some good performances there. I think a very conservative first 3 or 4 laps, possibly meaning the times were a little slower than they might have hoped for. And we now have glorious sunshine at Mary Peters. The track drying up.
So Matthew Rice, winner of the last race, 17:28. How do you feel about that, Matthew?
Very, very happy. It was technically it's a PB on the track because it's only my first 5,000 metre race on the track and my second track race ever. So it was good to pick up a few things from the first track race back in September to bring into this race and sort of learn from what I did wrong there and try and perfect it here. So I was very, very happy.
And then compared to road races, how does this weigh up against the road race times?
My road race personal best over 5k is 16:48. That was last June, and I haven't really had an opportunity to improve on that really because of the pandemic, and it's been very difficult training for as anybody who runs or is doing anything, any kind of competitive sport knows. But on the track, I always find it a little bit more. There's nowhere to hide on the track. You know, if the gap opens up, it feels a lot more difficult to close it. Whereas on the road, you can sort of hide a bit more and just race against yourself, but a bit more tactical on the track, I suppose.
And then, what was your preparation like coming up to this race then?
Not ideal. I ran our club, Annandale Striders, organised a 3,000 metre race at Harriers Road last Saturday morning, and I ran a personal best in that one, which I was happy with. So that was good, a wee bit of a good tune-up. And then this week was just an easy, 10 times 200 session on Tuesday, and then just easy miles leading in. But I've been slacking a wee bit, I have to say, over the last couple of months, just with, I suppose it's just the whole mood of the pandemic. It's difficult to get into groups and stuff a lot of the time, and I live out in Whitehead, so it's a bit of a trek to get up here every single week. So, but a race like this and a first win on the track can definitely give you the impotence to knuckle down a bit better and get those miles up again.
Well, a brilliant performance. So what's the future then this year as far as the rest of the track season, road season? What's the plans?
There's as far as I'm aware, there's a 3,000 metres here on the 4th of June. So that's the immediate one, and our club just keeps us updated with what races are coming up. So I don't really think too much beyond the next one that I know is coming up. But for me, it'll be track and road, and hopefully a bit of cross country.
Well done. We all like a bit of cross country, don't we? Okay, Matthew, well done. Congratulations. We're going to cross over for the next race then. Okay, thank you.
Race 5 of this North Belfast Harriers afternoon of 5,000 metre races. Totally different conditions from the first race at 12:15. Just to remind those of you who are obviously not spectators but are just out for a walk here at Mary Peters Track, but enjoying the athletics, remind you just to try as best as you can to observe the various protocols, COVID protocols, keep a safe distance from the people around you. Delighted to see the Northern Ireland mile record holder, Jim McGuinness, observing events over on the far side. Jack McCausland of the city of Lisburn, one of the youngest competitors this weekend. Under 17, but he's probably a veteran of the place. Been competing for something like 8 years now. Ran a personal best at Down Royal of 16:31. He's the Northern Ireland and Ulster under 15 champion across country back in 2019 and runner up in the Irish schools. And he's totally different from the last race, pace being set early on, and that's the way to get the times. These guys looking for anything between 16 minutes and 16:45. The first man to go with the pace, Mark Malone, Newry AC. Ran in the middle distance meeting that we had here in December, over 3,000 metres. He won his event. And certainly the distance will be no problem to this man. He's a veteran of the Mourne Way Ultra, which was slightly longer than this at 85 kilometres. He also took part in the famous Courmayeur Champex to Chamonix, which is part of the Mont Blanc circuit. He did that in 22 hours. I had the pleasure of doing it in something like 5 or 6 days a few years ago. And it's he who takes up the running, the blue vest of Newry AC. And it's the other blue of Armagh, Brendan Heaney. And they're followed by Adrian Scullion of Knockmany, Chris Pollock of Annandale Striders, and a little quartet of North Belfast Harriers working together. So with leaders on 16:10 pace. Brendan Heaney of Armagh, his personal best is from the Carlingford 5K, not too far from home, 16:35. He was 10th in the Northern Ireland 10,000 metre championship, so he's well used to running multiple laps on the track. The North Belfast group led by Paul Horan and Brendan McCambridge. Brendan, another of the junior athletes in this event. Lorcan Valley of Armagh with that group. A veteran of the London and New York marathons. He's a 2:49 man. Mark Malone going through in 6:28, which is dead on 16:10 pace. The next group going through in 6:35, so they're running around about 16:27, 16:28. But still Mark Malone from young Jack McCausland. And it's Paul Horan, Brendan McCambridge, Lorcan Valley, Adrian Scullion in the red vest of Knockmany. Aaron Rush, the third of that trio of North Belfast athletes. The best of 16:41 in Down Royal in April. The winner of the Money Glass Mad for the Road 5K in 2019. The tall figure of Chris Pollock. The best from the Queen's 5K in 2019 of 16:38. Mark Malone occasionally opening up little gaps. Jack McCausland then fighting back to get on contact. The line belongs to me. Unquote. That's the boy who was at the back. That was number 71. 71 maybe. So Paul Horan in third. Winner of the Woodburn Forest race back in 2019. He was also first across the line in a park run, but not content with Victoria Park or Waterworks. He went to the Montsouris park run in France. He's followed by the young Brendan McCambridge, 8th in the Ulster Schools in the last time they were held. Chris Pollock picking up the pace in an attempt to close the gap on that group of 3rd and 4th and 5th. But now the gap has opened at the front. It's Mark Malone of Newry starting to impose himself. Coming up to the 1 mile to go marker. She crosses in 12:59. And Jack McCausland in the new gear of City of Lisburn. And it's North Belfast, 3 in a row, with Jack Steenson the third of those. He was third in the 3,000 back here in December. Conor McMullen of Striders pushing on. 6th in the Northern Ireland Masters last year. So Mark Malone and Jack McCausland. They're clear of Paul Horan and Brendan McCambridge and Jack Steenson, Chris Pollock and Conor McMullen working his way through the field. It must be the Annadale one you're looking for. I think has to be Kieran not Kieran McKendry. Yeah, Kieran McKendry, 72. Armagh is 65, Brendan Heaney, or 77. So 2 laps to go for leader Mark Malone. .13:35 with 2 laps to go. Jack McCausland, who really took it on from the start. And it's Paul Horan, Chris Pollock, Jack Steenson, Brendan McCambridge, Conor McMullen, and Kieran McKendry. John McCauley of Striders, Larkin Ballally of Armagh, followed by Jason Wilson, another man who likes to do his park runs far afield. He won the Felden Park Run in Denmark back in March 2020. He's also taking part in the Commonwealth Mountain Running Championships as our leader takes the bell. Jack McCausland going through with a lap to go, 15:04, so it looks like he's going to be close to his target. Mark Malone looking strong with 200 metres to go in 15:27. He's not going to be far off. He was hoping to run just outside 16 minutes. He's not going to be far away from that. Mark Malone going to be very close to 16 minutes. Going to be just outside it. And then he gives up on the line. 16:02.73. Should have been 16:01. Jack McCausland works right through the line. 16:14, 16:15. So he'll be happy with that performance. As indeed with Paul Horan, who was looking for around about 16:30. And a battle between Jack Steenson and Chris Pollock. And Connor McMullen, he's inside his target time as well. Kieran McHenry. So good times there. Have to be said, set up by Jack McCausland, who took it on from the gun and made the rest of them work for it.
Philip Cooper, congratulations. How are you? 16:57 in race 4 today. How did that feel for you?
Yeah, I felt really good actually. I felt really comfortable right up to 4K, and yeah, we just sat in and waited to kick at the last. So yeah, happy.
So the plan went according to plan. Then, did it?
Yeah, the plan was to sit in for as long as you can and just hang in there, and then kick the last 300 and see where we go. So.
Brilliant. And how does that weigh up against your road times this year or and PBs? Talk to us a little bit about that.
So that's PB all round for me. Last 5K we ran on the track was a 17:02 or something. Today was a 16:57, 56, whatever it was. Yeah, didn't think it was going to get a PB. First K was really slow. It was when we went through in like 3:30 something. But yeah, just hang in there. And
brilliant. And how has training been going with the club recently? And talk to us a little bit about that, because obviously over the last 12 months we've all been through a lot, and it's great to get out. But so how has it been? The last couple of months preparing for this.
First of all, Annandale, the club has been going strength to strength. We have a great group of people now. We have a great group of coaches. We have a really, really good, strong training group that we train with, and we're following a really structured, good plan. So, and we've all been really training really, really, really hard. And I mean, it's really good to be back racing again. To be honest, we've missed it. yeah.
And the conditions? What about the conditions today? Where's the rain?
Conditions were perfect. Wouldn't think that this morning at 8 o'clock when the rain was hammering off the window, but yeah, today it was perfect. No wind and a bit of sun. It was perfect conditions for running. Yeah.
And Philip, what's the plan there for the next couple of months?
Next race for me is the Annandale 3K, which is on the track here in Mary Peters on the 4th of June. So it'll be focusing the training for that. Yeah, and I don't know what's after that, to be honest.
Well, listen, Philip, congratulations, well done. We're just going to go across now for the next race. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're now looking for sub 16. Everybody in the field looking for a fast time in that region, so we're looking for 76-second laps. And again, we'll have no excuse this time. Lawrence O'Hara setting off at a very strong pace. The man looking for the world record knows what he's doing, sitting at the back of the field in the one of the Strive running club's new vests. I'm never quite sure what colour they're going to be on the day. So possibly a little ambitious first lap there in around about 70 seconds, which would be somewhere in the region of 14:40 pace. I don't think it is. Does that look like an over 40 to you? Yeah. It's 60. Yeah. Yeah, but it looked like miles per hour. Lachlan. Daniel Gervin in second place. And it's Simon Murray, who's clearly found a hairdresser's that's open. And a little bit of bumping and boring going on over there, so I hope that the marshals are keeping a close eye on things. Simon Murray of Striders, now in the Masters category, getting better every year, better with age. Set a personal best over 3,000 in September. The man who likes his marathon running, he's running in London, Berlin, Toronto, and he's run a 2:42 in Belfast. So a little bit like a cycle race here. We've got the early breakaway, and then we've got the remaining peloton. Peloton led by Simon Murray, with Derek Crossan of City of Derry in second place. So Tommy would be looking for 3:49 this time round. So the leader goes through the kilometre in 3 minutes 40. Derek Crossan in around 3:52 and Tommy in around about 3:55. So Tommy's running around 16:20 pace, so you need to pick that up if we're looking for the world record. Currently stands to Yoshisuke Iwanega of Japan, 15:56.41. No. Derek Crossan with the best of 16:01.29, set in the Belfast Irish Milers meeting here in 2019. It recently ran 15:43 on the roads in Lisburn. .455 there after 3 laps. And the pack going through in around about 16:20 pace. Tommy Hughes recently ran a 2:31 marathon in Cheshire, and I say recently, just a couple of weeks ago. But this man has remarkable powers of recovery, as we've seen before. Around 16:39.99 in 2019. Lachlan Connolly, the first across the line in the inaugural Knockbracken Park Run. It has a best which he set in Victoria Park. Ben Morrow of Ballymena Runners. He's another marathon man with a very impressive 2:39, which he set in London. He was the winner in 2018 of the Larne Coastal Marathon. That doesn't surprise me in the least. So we have a new leader in the form of Dara Crossan of the City of Derry. And followed by Simon Murray. Then we have Lachlan Connolly, James Traynor, Ben Morrow, James Traynor has had a best in like someone else earlier on in the Carlingford 5k, 16:13. A man who makes use of his holiday as well. He finished 8th in the Lanzarote 10k in 2019. That's the man in currently in 4th place. So we've got City of Derry, Striders, North Belfast, Ballymena Runners, and then Mid-Ulster. Correction, not Mid-Ulster, it's Newcastle. David Manili. Mark McAvoy, followed by David Manili. And Niall Goodman, also of Newcastle. Newcastle, unfortunately, well not unfortunately, but Newcastle lost their Northern Ireland record in the 3,000 metres women's steeplechase last night. New record figure set by at 9 minutes 40 by Ailish Flanagan. Previously held, of course, by Kerry O'Flaherty of Newcastle. So Tommy Hughes currently sitting in 10th place. A man who spent the last couple of years breaking records here, there and everywhere in the Masters category. Surprisingly few performances on the track in his career. He's of course an Olympian over the marathon distance back in 1992. Came to prominence in the Marrakesh Marathon in 1989 when he ran 2:13 and got himself the nickname of the Marrakesh Express. Winner of both Dublin and Belfast marathons. So, Tommy Hughes currently running around about 16:30 pace. But it's Dara Crossan who continues to lead from Simon Murray. Then with Lachlan Connolly, James Traynor, Ben Morrow, David Manili, So our leader going through in around about 16:05 pace. Three laps to go for Dara Crossan. Simon Murray still looking strong. Lachlan Connolly picking things up as we approach the last few laps. James Traynor, Ben Morrow, David Manili breaking away from that little group. Sorry, is that a number? It can't be 62. Right, it has to be Mark McAvoy. So as he enters the home straight, the lap scoreboard changes to 2 to go. Simon Murray clearly hasn't given up hope of winning this. Nor indeed has Lachlan Connolly, who's still working strongly. 2 laps to go. And Ben Morrow moving ahead of James Traynor. And David Manili. Mark McAvoy of North Belfast. And Niall Goodman of... And then it's Tommy Hughes. McAvoy, who ran his personal best just a couple of weeks ago at Down Royal, 16:07. A man who runs his park runs in Gladstone Park near London, which has its own little mini dark hedges on the course. Oh, Dara Crossan looking like he's going to hold on to number 1 spot. It's going to be a battle for the first of Annandale Striders. 14:51 as the lap to go. Simon Murray, Lachlan Connolly, Ben Morrow getting stronger as the race goes on. And James Traynor, David Manili. Mark McAvoy. And Niall Goodman. Ran 16:35 a couple of weeks ago. He's definitely going to be inside that. Runner up in Downpatrick last year in the 5K. And he's finishing strongly. Working his way up to his teammate David Manili. As our leader enters the home straight. And it's going to be very close to 16 minutes. Best of 16:01.29. He's going to set a personal best and does break 16 minutes, 15:59.56. And Lachlan Connolly breaks Simon Murray's heart in the last 50 metres. And Ben Morrow. James Traynor looking round him for some reason or other. Should be working through the line. Niall Goodman, David Manili. No, it's wasted. and Mark McAvoy. And we had no world record today, but what a performance by Tommy Hughes. 16:46. And Mark Carberry of Northdown. And Brandon McMinn of North Belfast. And the Ballydrain man, Drew Fowler.
So Mark Malone, winner of our last race in a time 16:02.7. How do you feel about that, Mark?
Obviously, it would have been nice to be 2.72 seconds, 7.1 seconds quicker, but we went through the first 200 in about 43 seconds, which is rightly off the pace. Bit of shouting and roaring from a few Annandale boys, I think, down at 150 metres, saying this is too slow. So I was like, well, on yous come. Nobody came, so then I had to try and chase young Jack, and just went with it. Didn't really just think. One of my mates was calling the splits, just trotting around about 77s. So would have been nice to be under 16, but sure, well, get that again. Maybe if I had been in that next race. I think Dara, good to see him. I think he ran 15:59 point something. A few boys must have been a bit over adventurous with their predicted times. So, because I think that race was all due to be under sub 16. But you're here, look, PB and a win.
Brilliant. And we all know you from the Runner Beans podcast, you and Mr. Heaney, and we all listen in every week, and we hear about the predicted times you have and all this stuff as well. So I know 16:03 was bandied about quite a bit. So I saw you kind of pulling up at the line, at the finish line a wee bit. Was there a reason for that?
Yeah. So yeah, that was my target. Well, that was what I thought I would have ran, and just off a session. So coming round through the bell, I think it was at 70 seconds. So I had to run 69, and I tried, and then just with about 10 metres to go, it clicked over. So I was like, that was in my head. I was like, I'll try and get 16:03 here. So just put a bit jolt. Somebody shouted, "Oh, run through the line!" I was like, well, there's a reason for this.
I love your laid back approach. You know, it's very infectious. So.
I'd rather be 2 over than 1. So
good man. So Mark, yeah, so great day. No rain. Rain has stopped. It's passed on, which is brilliant. What was your, the plans before this and the build up to this race? Because I know you had a few injuries kicking around over the last couple of months and stuff as well. How did that go?
Yeah. So anybody listening to the podcast would know I'm just permanently injured. So started back running around December time and just just started running. I started sessions a couple of weeks ago, hard sessions, and just happy to be injury free and running. And sure, I finish injury free, 30-second PB. Sure, happy enough. We'll see.
And so, what's the plans going forward?
No idea. I would love to get in another couple of races, but there's a few races it's going to be really hard to get into. I don't have a place in the Irish Milers, and I think there's a steeplechase. I might be going to do it for the crack. Yeah, why not?
Go jump in.
Well, literally jump into the water and try and take the win, because there'll be nobody else in it.
And then what about your pal Heaney then? He's up next. We can look, whereas we look across the track here, we can see they're just about to start. What's the chances here? What's he going for, and what do you think?
Well, if he would listen to everybody talking to him and say, don't go out like an absolute maniac. But every race has went out slow by the sounds of things, where we maybe thought every race was going to be absolutely mental. So he probably will take it out, but some of the sessions he's been doing is unreal. So I'd love to see him run. I think he can run sub 15:20. The conditions are perfect. It's roasting and there's no wind. So yeah, and then the Giraffe, with a bit of luck, hang in the back there too.
Conor Curran, that is.
Yeah, so it'll be a really good race. So looking forward.
Okay, well, Mark, congratulations. Thank you very much. We'll pan across here for the next race. Last word.
Thanks to North Belfast, yourselves and John and everybody else. Great event. Well done.
Thank you. All the best, Mark. Race 7. We're now looking for laps in the region of 73 to 75 seconds for this group. And again, just searching my way through the field. Yes, indeed, we do have potentially a world record on the cards again in this race. It's Conor McCambridge of North Belfast, I think, who's setting the early pace. He's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 position. Yeah. And the pace is spot on for what most of these guys are looking for. They're going through in sub 70 there. In fact, it's Matthew Lavery of North Belfast and Jared Heaney of North Belfast who are setting the early pace. Lavery runner-up in the Irish Schools Cross Country Championships, regular Valley and Waterworks Park runner. His clubmate Jared Heaney,
Ran 15:37 back in 2018 in the Northern Ireland Championships. And last year was 7th in the Northern Ireland 10,000. Again, a winner in 2019 of the Chase the Sun 10K in the Olympic Park in London. Many are men. Gary Crummy of Newry AC in the blue vest, ahead of the two striders. Crummy, the winner of the Queen's 3K in 2019. Got Ryan Smith for Annandale Striders, former multi-events athlete when he was at school. He ran 15:30 in Down Royal recently. Then there's a gap to Martin Cox, of now running for Run for Enda. He's another park man, this time in Omagh, regular first across the line in Omagh. Set his personal best over 5,000 of 15:06.58 in the Northern Ireland Championships, and finishing 4th in 2018. The same year he won the Northern Ireland Masters 1500 metres. The inside and the striders. And the other one with that leading group, Adam Spratt of Annandale Striders. His first season with the club. He ran in the 3000s back in December, winning his race. So a nice little group of 5 working together. Behind Martin Cox, we've got Oisin Cassidy of St Michael's Enniskillen, international mountain runner. So that leading group goes through in 4:53, which is around about 15.25 minute pace. And the second group now starting to get together. Led by Martin Cox. And Tim Johnson of Mourne Runners. Sean Malarkey tucked in on the inside in the red vest, and now moving up on the outside. The Paralympic and World Para Champion Michael McKillop. Michael's certainly no stranger to the track, winning the Ulster Schools 800 way back in 2007. But he holds the world record in the T37 category, over 800 and 1500, and possibly hoping today to add the 5,000 metre record to that. So they're going through there in around about 6:18. Which would bring them home in 15:45, which is exactly what he's looking for. The world record standing to Christopher Wienberg at 16:18 from Denmark. And Gary Crummy takes up the running and breaks up that little leading group. And Michael McKillop hits the front of the chasers, followed by Timothy Johnson of Mourne Runners, winner of the B race at the Northern Ireland 5000 Championships last year. Also the winner of the Mighty Oaks Erwin Spears Memorial. Michael McKillop looking very strong as he moves away from the chasing pack. Adam Spratt, who's moving up now with the leader. The two City of Derry men, Sean Malarkey and John Paul Williamson. John Paul, the winner of the Les Jones 10K. Derryman spent 4 years out in the States at the Lindsay Wilson College. He is the best of 14:39.96 at his best. So the second group holding that sub-16 pace. And a lot of chopping and changing going on here with the leading group. As we change the leader once again back to Matthew Labrie. Ryan Smith making a spurt to get up into third place, trying not to lose the leading group. Connor Curran, one of the leading men behind this event today. He is in this event. The tall figure in that group of four. Connor, a former Masters champion, winner of the Crack 10K, and was runner-up in the Irish Masters last year. Matthew Lavery, Adam Spratt, Gary Crummy, James Monaghan in the black vest of St. Peter's Lurgan. Connor Curran then moving up behind him. Oisin Cassidy of St. Michael's Enniskillen ran in the international mountain running in Susa in Italy. Michael McKillop just dropped outside the 16-minute pace, but still inside the world record figures. And now we've got three at the front. North Belfast, Annandale Striders, Newry AC. Still Matthew Labrie, who leads from Adam Spratt and Gary Crummy. Then Jared Heaney. Ryan Smith and Timothy Johnson. James Monaghan. Sean Malarkey and Connor Curran. Connor in the M45 category, the oldest man on this field. Michael McKillop, 44, going through in 13:38 with 2 laps to go. Michael now starting to move into a little more comfortable home territory of 800 metres. This 5,000 metre track time dates back to the Irish Universities in 2013, but he's finishing strongly with a lap and a half to go. Also finishing very strongly Adam Spratt, who's moved right away from that group. James Monaghan making inroads into the field. 15:58 man from the championship series. Last lap for Michael McKillop, 14:52. As the leader comes to the final bend. So Adam Spratt finishing in 15:23. Michael McKillop running faster than basically anybody on the track at the moment, finishing extremely strongly as he comes with 100 metres to go. He's going to be well inside 16 minutes. So subject to confirmation, I think we possibly are going to have a new World T37 record in 15:50, round about 15:55. Super run there by Michael McKillop. Luke Kelly of North Belfast. John Paul Williamson, followed by Conor McCambridge.
Dara, how do you feel after that?
It's good to get a PB. First run out as a Spartan. There's nothing more I can ask for.
Well done, excellent, and the conditions obviously are pretty perfect today, aren't they?
They're perfect, aye. It was tough going. I'd planned to sit on the 3k and hope to go through 9:30 or something. I knew my case plus 3:10, 6:20, 9:30. But after the first game, went through 3:17, 3:18. I had to get out, and it's more or less like a time trial to me. Just
Yes, you didn't have much company out there, did you?
not much company. Boys are like Mark Malone. If he had told the truth and jumped on the main race, it would have been great to have a company on along with me.
So how's the build-up been? Because I know obviously what we've all been through the last 12 months. Dara, how's it been for you coming up to this race, and how good is it to be back out again?
It's great to be back out again. Before lockdown, I ran 15:42 in Downrail. I think it was 15:42. Came here for the Northern Ireland Senior. Ran me a stress fracture. Ran 16, 17, 20. Out then for a while. Back now, back into a structure, another training group. Ran 8:52 for a 3k time trial. And it's just good to sub 16 on the track. No dragonflies, no cheap boots. A good honest sub 16.
Good man, well done. And what's the future hold then for the rest of this season for you?
It's hard to know. Whatever Collie Roberts telling me what to do, it's just you get down and knock it down and train with Sean Malarkey. Good wee training partner. Had a good race there himself. I am seeing 2-3 weeks time. See what happens. A better quality race. Boys to pull me on to another PB hopefully.
And then what, as far as the PB is concerned, what are you capable of? What are you? Is there a target there? Are you aiming for something in particular?
Start of the year, every year you write down your time, see what's achievable. We're looking at 16:35 or 15:35 by the end of the year.
15:35. Well, good luck with that, Dara. It's a pleasure talking to you. Congratulations. We're just going to go across the next race. Thank you, Dara. So we're about to go. The penultimate race.
Still this group keeping together. Conor McGackie now moving up to take the lead. And Conor McGackie introduces a little bit of speed as well, so things starting to stretch out. John Black, the Laganside winner, has put hours and hours of work into this particular event. It's great to see it coming to fruition. Not hard, not easy to do all that organisation and then still be expected to produce a performance on the day. John Craig making an effort to get back up with the leading group of 4. But it's McGackie, McMeekin, Dinsmore, Gracie. Craig tucks on onto the back. Then it's McKinstry and Conor McLean. The Ulster and Irish Schools. The Ulster Schools champion back in 2019, runner-up in the Irish Schools. Conor McLean moving in front of Mark McKinstry. .9:35. So again, they're holding on to that time. We're going to be seeing a time in just under 15 minutes. They say only 10 in Northern Ireland did that last year, and we still have an A race to come. One mile to go. Gavin McCaffrey and Peter Donnelly, then Gareth Hill. John Black is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Conor McGackie having a look over his shoulder, slowing down to let Craig McMeekin take up the running. John Craig now right back in the fray with Luke Dinsmore in 4, Peter Gracie, and McLean and McKinstry having a little personal duel. John Black. Peter McGarry going through, the winner of the Run for Rusker 10k in 2019, runner-up in the Les Jones. And then it's Aaron Woodman. Aaron with a 2:24 marathon under his belt in Chicago. Conor McGackie now picking it up again from John Craig, Craig McMeekin, Luke Dinsmore, Peter Gracie. 2 laps to go. Conor McLean, Mark McKinstry, John Black, and Peter Donnelly, and Gareth Hill. The leading group now down to 3. The pace hasn't changed for the last number of laps. They're still on 15-minute pace. So it's going to be a final lap burn up. So it's Conor McGackie, then the Irish Masters champion John Craig moving out. Craig McMeekin, the cross-country champion from 2018. McGackie winding it up as they go down the back straight. Still anybody's race out of these 3. And it's John Craig who moves out now to push into the lead as they come towards the home straight for the final time. John Craig from Conor McGackie, Craig McMeekin. Looks like it's the Masters athlete who's going to take it. He's going to take a personal best of 14:48.06. Good chunk. Peter Gracie, 14:57. Luke Dinsmore just on the 15-minute mark. Mark McKinstry. And John Black has come through to move ahead of Conor McLean, Gavin McCaffrey, Peter Donnelly, and Gareth Hill. And Phil Clark of North Belfast. Peter McGarry, and Aaron Woodman of Willowfield.
So welcome back, Adam Spratt, race number 7 winner, 15:22. We're unofficially at the minute, Annandale Striders. How do you feel, Adam?
If I'm not a bit honest, a bit gassed. Yeah, yeah, it was a big kick at the last 2 laps, and like, yeah, I almost felt it, felt like collapsing at the end for sure. Yeah.
And we happy with a PB, was it?
Yeah, it's a 50-second PB by my miles. Yeah.
A 50.50.
Yeah. Yeah.
So talk to me about that.
Yeah, we just had a good like training over the winter and put a lot of work in, and you know, like there was a lot of time without races, so there's a lot of time to improve.
So what was your last race and time at 5K?
Last official race was the 5,000 meters at Mary Peters Track, and it was 16:14.
So you're almost a minute PB.
Yeah.
That's phenomenal. What's your secret?
Just hills, just hills in the winter. Yeah, just like just training hard and recovering. I run very slowly on my days off, you know, and recover and just try and like periodize my training, you know.
Well, that's a phenomenal time. And so going forward, what's the plan for the season ahead? Because there's a rumour going around that you only, now correct me if I'm wrong on this, you only started running last March.
Yeah, that's true. Like, but like with the help of the club, the guys have really, you know, like taught me a lot about training, and like I've been getting a lot of advice from the coaches, and that's really helped push my progress on.
I mean, that's phenomenal. So what did you do before you started running? What, a year ago?
I just sat on the couch. Yeah, I just didn't do a whole lot of exercise or anything, you know.
And you're running a 15:22. I mean, I can't quite comprehend that. So I mean, what is your secret? What shoes, what trainers are you wearing there?
I'm wearing my recovery shoes now, but I had some magic spikes on to help me.
So you had the magic ones on with the engines in them.
That's it, yeah.
So yeah, going forward, I mean, have you any targets as far as races, road, track, and the foreseeable future?
Yeah, we've got some shorter stuff coming up. I think there's a couple like 3,000 meter races. I think there's one at the end, starting next month in the track. Just track stuff, yeah. It's track season.
And what do you think of this event today?
It was fantastic, yeah. Like great turnout. Like that last race, John Craig ran an absolute blinder the last lap, and yeah, it's great. It's great to be back on the track, you know.
And then, so is track or road your next race? What is your next race, and where will that be?
It'll be the 3,000 meters on the track, 4th of June. Yeah.
4th of June. Well, congratulations! Fantastic performance considering you only started running 1 year ago. Thanks very much for your time. We're just going to go to the next race. Thanks. All the best.
Probably, yeah. That's been talked about, I think. Thinking. Yeah, as normal. Oh, you would do the same. Of course you would.
He said he fell asleep in the middle of his office. He fell asleep, but he's not used to like 5,000. It's not really his game. But so see Jackie's here, but glad Kerry's not, so she'd have a fit.
Too many people around.
Yeah, they're all the North Belfast crowd are all inside the arena. Well, I don't know. Yeah, but they were all outside, David. We actually own this. Hello. Mic is off. Now the final race in the North Belfast afternoon of 5,000s, and what a great afternoon it's been. Congratulations to the organisers. Set up a brilliant meeting. Clearly guys and girls looking for competition, and this is the A race. It should be the fastest of the day. Just take a quick opportunity to thank all of our officials who've helped today, and particularly our new officials who've come along. And we're hoping to see sub 14 in this race. Cahir Purvis, North Belfast, doing the pacemaking, taking him through in around about 70 seconds. I'd like to see something a little bit faster than that, I think, if we're going to achieve the sub 14. Number 2, Jake O'Regan of St John's, 14-15 man on the roads in Armagh. So we've got several athletes up from the Republic of Ireland, complete with their letters of authorisation from Athletics Ireland. They're hoping to put themselves in the offing for a chance to run in the 10,000 metre championships, world championships. No, 2:15, 2:16. So things have speeded up a bit. So we've got Cormac Dalton from Mullingar, Emma Jennings, Jake O'Regan, and the DSD vest of Paul O'Donnell. And in the red vest of the City of Lisburn, we have James Edgar, fastest Northern Ireland athlete last year, the Northern Ireland 5,000 and 10,000 champion. James, of course, a international triathlete, Commonwealth Games triathlete. So Cathal Purvis, who wasn't down to do pacemaker, but he jumped in at the last minute to take over from Tony McCambridge. Takes them through 3 laps and has now left them to it. So Cormac Dalton of Mullingar, 10th in the National Championships in 2019. Represented Ireland in the European Cross Country under 23s. Paul O'Donnell is a steeplechaser, formerly a steeplechaser, competed in the European Junior Championships over 3,000 steeplechase. Is 4th in the National 10,000 Championships, sub 30, 29.46. Another steeplechaser, Emma Jennings, competed in the World Juniors quite a number of years ago. Former Irish University steeplechase champion. He's now 29. So it's Emma Jennings, Jake O'Regan, Cormac Dalton, Paul O'Donnell, and James Edgar. Neil Johnson in the Annandale Striders vest, the reigning Northern Ireland cross country champion. So the 1 and 2 from last year in the Northern Ireland rankings, Edgar and Johnson. Jake O'Regan of St John's leading the field. Around 14:51.15 on the track in Erdigham, but as I say, it has a 14:15 on the road. Also with that group in the St Malachy's vest, Ben Branagh, winner of the Sealy in 2018 and 2019. Spent 3 years out in America at San Jose State. Ben, of course, great genes with father and mother, Paddy and Geraldine, both excellent runners. Unfortunately, we've lost Paddy Robb. Interesting little snippet going back to 2011 in the Ulster Schools. Paddy Robb was the winner, and James Edgar finished 101st in the same race. And we can maybe ask Amutran to go and have a look at Paddy Robb on the grass there in the home straight. Now he seems to be getting up. Paul O'Donnell now moves up into the lead for DSD as they go through over there in 7:51, so we're pretty well spot on 14-minute pace. Hopefully with a fast last 2 or 3 laps we can go under 14. So Paul O'Donnell from Cormac Dalton. James Edgar moving up into third place. Ben Branagh is in 5. Neil Johnson in 6. James Edgar just settling himself now into third place. James with the best of 14.17 on the track. The lead changing again. Cormac Dalton of Mullingar. He's running well inside his best at the moment. Best on the track of 15.04. He's run 14.46 indoors. He's followed by Paul O'Donnell, James Edgar and Neil Johnson up in 4th. Ben Branagh moving into 5th. They've less than a mile to go. We've now got 2 clear leaders. Paul O'Donnell from Cormac Dalton. Neil Johnson putting pressure on James Edgar for third place. This is Ben Branagh. 3 laps to go. So it's the 2 men from the Republic of Ireland. Then we've got 3 Northern Ireland athletes battling it out for the honour of the first man from the north. Johnson from Branagh from Edgar. Zach Hanna, the mountain man, goes through, the Mountain International, winner of the race over the Glens and the Christmas Cracker. Northern Ireland Intermediate Cross Country champion. So it's still Cormac Dalton, the 22-year-old from Mullingar Harriers, with 2 laps to go. Johnson, Branagh and Edgar go through in about 11.55. All these guys running well inside what they've ever done before. Emmett Jennings goes through, and David McGlynn, maybe 22 on Wednesday. He's 5th in the National 10,000 metre Championships. So they went through there in around about 14.05 pace. If we get a fast last lap, we can go sub 14. And still Johnson, Branagh and Edgar. So which is it going to be? The man from Mullingar or the man from DSD as they go into the last lap? Then Johnson, Edgar's moved up into 4th, Branagh in 5. Then it's the youngest man in the field, Nick Griggs, having a great run. The young man from Mid-Ulster, under 17 1500 metre champion. Cormac Dalton. And Dalton starting to move away as they come into the home straight. I think we're going to be very, very close to 14 minutes. Give him a bit of encouragement all the way down the straight. Cormac Dalton from Mullingar Harriers. He's going to go under 14, 13:59.05. And it's the DSD man, and James Edgar comes back through 14:07. And Neil Johnson, also a personal best. Then Ben Brana. He's round about almost exactly on his best time, around 4:16. Great run by young Nick Griggs, easily the youngest man in the field. And Emmett Jennings. He's followed by David McGlynn, Zach Hanna. So once again, many congratulations to the organisers, and we look forward to hopefully a full season of competition. We've got the City of Lisburn Invitation meeting coming up on the 22nd. We've got the Belfast Irish Milers a week later on the 29th. Annandale Striders putting on a meeting in the beginning of June. So provided everybody stays sensible, we should be able to complete a season in 2021. And to all our newbie officials, hope you enjoyed the experience. We hope to see you back, not just for North Belfast meetings, but anything that's going.
Striders, race 8, 14:47. Well done, John. What's your thoughts?
Absolutely delighted, really happy with how I executed the race today. So just really chuffed to come away with a win. That was a goal. I knew it was a really strong field, so I was just delighted to come out. I wasn't worrying about time, so the PB was a bonus, So yeah, I felt really strong. Felt quite controlled until the last few laps. So I dug in a bit. Conan McCaggy turned the pace up a wee bit, and I was happy to hang in and just waited till about 200 to go and kicked. So.
And how has the training been leading up to this race, John?
Training's been going really well, so it has, yeah. Right through since the first lockdown, I've had a really good, consistent block of training. I got a win in the Irish Masters 5K Championship last year, so it was nice to get a title, and ever since then I've kind of just kept steadily improving, thankfully. So nothing else to do with everything being closed. So.
And then what about the event today? It was good to get back, and obviously the club's organised at North Belfast Harriers, so and we were glad to have you as part of that as well.
Hats off to North Belfast Harriers for an excellent event, like some great performances today, really well organised, and the fields were just put together so well, so it was just nice to get a really good competitive race back on the track,
And then going forward, John, what's the plans? I mean, what's your targets for the forthcoming season?
Well, I want to really focus on the track going through the summer here. I've got the Belfast Milers at the end of the month, the Eamon Christie's meet, so I think there's going to be a very strong field for that. I'm doing the 5,000 of that, and then Annandale Striders ourselves are doing a 3,000, a day of 3,000s on, I think it's the 4th of June, so I'll be targeting that too, and then hopefully maybe get a couple of 1,500 metre races as well, sort of test myself over the distance. So yeah, and then I'm doing the Antrim Coast half as well, so see what happens there. So
busy schedule. John, listen, thanks a million. Congratulations, John Craig, Annandale Striders. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Cheers.
Cormac Dalton, winner of the elite race. Congratulations. I believe it's a 13:59, according to all sources, unofficially at the moment. Mullingar, all the way from Mullingar. How did the race go for you?
Oh, delighted with it now. It was tough work for parts of it. Me and Paul kind of took it out, but towards in the middle and worked it towards the end. So it was tough going. It was first race in about, I think, first time going to the well since Eurocross 2019, I think so. About 18 months at this stage. So it was just class to get the opportunity to kind of go at it with a few lads, and yeah, I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
And what about obviously the conditions improved dramatically, which was amazing, perfect conditions. How was the build up to as far as training and stuff? How'd that go in the build up?
It's been great, yeah. Like, I mean, the last year during COVID, I was working for the first 8 months, and I was just kind of getting the miles in. So there was no races to worry about, and just kept getting block after block. And in the last block, I've been kind of banging out kind of 80-mile weeks, and coming into it, got some nice sessions in Santry with my coach Joe Ryan, and we kind of knew the sub 14, and I was on the cards. And I'm also looking at the European 10k Cup in Birmingham early next month, so the qualifying time for that was 55, but this week was more so about just getting a race in, and then I have a 10k next week as well to go for. So yeah, delighted. And college as well in the last 4 weeks has been heavy enough, so it was just nice to get a race in. And DCU, yeah, I'm with DCU, yeah, and just final year finishing up, and then I'm off to Tulsa in America in August, so for a postgrad. So that's the plan, and loving running at the minute anyway.
And then as far as going forward, then what's the plans? I know you mentioned one race, but how's it looking for the foreseeable future then?
It's starting to look up, yeah. A lot just in the last month. I mean, me and myself and my coach, Joe, we're just looking at it, and things are starting to pop up. You know, there's Belfast IMC towards the end of this month. That could be another 5k, or seeing maybe 1500, whatever race comes up, and then after that, it's going into June, which is at the end of June is National Seniors. So, looking forward to being able to kind of aim for that, and hopefully get a few more IMCs and races like that, maybe a few abroad as well. So they're starting to pop up, and things are brightening up for sure. That's especially today was just amazing to get the opportunity, and yeah, thanks to the organisers very much.
Yeah, North Belfast Harriers organised it, so I think everybody's very grateful, to be racing after the 12 months or the year we've had. But listen, congratulations, and you have a couple of sparkling waters tonight.
Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 beers just to celebrate. But head down for the 10k next week, and that's that. Thanks very much again for everything.
13:59. Congratulations. All the best. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Nick Greggs, how you doing? How did that race go? A phenomenal race. What age are you again?
16.
16, and you ran what time?
14:15.
How's that even possible?
I don't know. Just hard work, training, dedication. That's it. Just putting the mileage in, getting out there. That's it.
And you're Mid-Ulster Athletic Club then. And so how did the race go with you? I mean, did it go according to plan?
It did. I was planning to go out 69s, just click off 69s, but field went out quick. Obviously, they're going for sub 14, so just stuck on to the back. Tried sticking with a lead group, and a bit of a positive split, but we'll take it. I just tried to hold on and keep strong, and luckily came through with a nice time, which I'm happy with.
Absolutely phenomenal. And how does that measure up against previous times?
I've heard. I mean, I'm not doing climb myself, but some heard it's pretty good. So I'm happy with that. I was aiming for a 14:20. PB's 14:23. So just happy to come out, get a PB, run hard, get a solid effort in.
And so how do you fit all this training in around school? I mean, what's your typical week?
Usually Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays are easy. Tuesdays and Thursdays are 2 hard intervals. Saturdays a tempo, Sundays a long run. So it's just a balance. You don't get much time, but I mean, it's worth it when you go out, and when you're getting the results, you go out and run fast. It's all worth it.
Good man. And obviously we were delighted to have you here today, and we heard you were coming. We heard of these times. This 16-year-old, was you know, everyone was very anticipating something very special, and that happened. So what's the future looking like for you? I mean, for the foreseeable future within the next couple of months?
Hope I haven't been racing much over the past, obviously, because of current circumstances. But hopefully, if we can get races going, get a few free Ks, 1500s, just see how I feel. Just try. I heard European under-20s are happening, so I'm not too sure about that. I'm just gonna keep training hard, trying to race as fast as I can, and see where that gets me. Like the future, only the future has to offer. Like.
Well, congratulations, Nick, and you should be very pleased with yourself with that time, 14:16. It was 14:16, isn't that right? Yeah. And so, thank you so much, and we'll no doubt see you very soon again on the track.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Nick. John Black, North Belfast Harriers, what an event, and you must take a lot of credit for this. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a great event. The weather held out for us, which was nice, and I think it was good having pretty much everyone in Northern Ireland here racing today. It's nice to have the boys being able to come over here and get PBs on this side of the water rather than having to go across the water, so that was good. I want to thank all the volunteers from Athletics and Liz Glover and John Glover and all of the other volunteer officials that would make this possible. Without them, it's not there. So my part's small, but it can't be done without these guys, which helps.
And the calibre was phenomenal here today. I mean, we looked at that race, that elite race there at the end, and we had Seamus McCann on speaking here earlier as well. Just, talking about the team effort and the collaboration that went into organising something like this, Did it pan out exactly the way you had planned from the off?
No, actually, it probably turned out to be better. I don't think we would have thought to have the calibre of athlete we were. That last race, everyone was running sub 15 there. That hasn't happened for a long time, Northern Ireland. So, no, I mean, it's exceeded expectations. As I said, it's really nice for some of the top guys here to get a good run in Mary Piers rather than having to travel. So, better than expected, I think.
Fantastic. And what about yourself? How'd it go today?
It was okay. I was hoping to break 15 minutes, but just didn't happen.
Where'd you come?
Oh God, 15:11 I think it was. So good start to the season. Bit more work required. So.
And this obviously North Belfast Harriers organising this event. It's not easy. It is a collaborative team effort, but it does take a lot of drive. John, there's different licenses to be applied for and things like that. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of logistics to it. There's a lot of people help you though. That's the thing. So you're not flying solo. Anyone who would like to organise a track race, there are millions of people that will help you out. And anyone out there who wants to thinking about doing this, give me a shout, and I'll almost certainly help you out. There's a few challenges to overcome. Yet applying for permits is one of those things that's difficult. Getting officials is our biggest struggle. So anyone watching, we need more people to sign up to become officials, because without them, there's no timing system, there's no results on par of 10, and this event doesn't happen without them. So that's the biggest issue we face, and hopefully more people can put themselves forward.
Do we have a final number of people who were involved today as far as athletes?
I think there was about 130 were probably turned up. Now obviously there was a few dropouts, I'm sure, but it was about 130 were here, so it's quite a big track event. So it is 9 races is a lot to put on, it's a lot to ask for volunteers, so again, thank you very much for those.
John, congratulations, and what an event, and hopefully this is a sign of things to come, and we're saying to other clubs within Northern Ireland, this is possible, to come and see you if they want to do it, and you will certainly reach out and help. Okay, thanks, John.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.